The short account of the destruction of the Indies was the first and the most bitter protest against the excesses of European colonialization of the Americas, and its author, Bartolomé de las Casas, defender and apostle to the Indians, the most controversial figure in the long and troubled history of Spain's American empire. In the 400 years since his death, he has been given many roles to play. The voice of a European Christian conscience raised against the casual slaughter of thousands of barbarians in a remote, barely imaginable quarter of the globe. The creator of the Black Legend, a distorted Protestant-inspired record of Spanish atrocities and cruelties, which was to darken every attempt to exonerate Spanish imperial ventures from the 16th to the 18th centuries. The distant, unwitting father of Spanish-American independence, that friend of humanity, in the words of the liberator Simón Bolívar, who with such fervor and determination denounced to his government and his contemporaries the most horrific acts of that sanguineous frenzy, and the equally unwitting progenitor of today's liberation theology. In Latin America, he is still ubiquitous. Even in Spain, despite murmurings of protest from the Catholic reactionaries of the late 19th century, he has been hailed as the authentic expression of the true Spanish conscience. In an attempt to explain away the destruction of the Indian peoples as a passing aberration in the nation's history. And for many, both in Spain and beyond, his presence seems somehow to redeem the inescapable complicity of all of Europe in the Spanish conquest. The Abbé Guillermo Reynal, author, together with Diderot, of the philosophical and political history of the two Indies, the fiercest and the most widely read condemnation of European colonialism to be written during the Enlightenment, looked forward to a more generous age when these unfortunate lands which have been destroyed will be repopulated and acquire laws, customs, justice, and liberty. And he imagined a statue of Las Casas in which you will be shown standing between the American and the Spaniard, holding out your breast to the dagger of the latter to save your life of the former. And on the base of such words there should be inscribed, in a century of ferocity, Las Casas, whom you see before you, was a benevolent man. There are now, throughout the Americas, dozens of such statues. Hi there, I'm Henry. It is Monday, 7:30 p.m. CST. You're joining me for TechnoPoverty, where we play books as an excuse to read games as an excuse to play books, and chat about the two with you here at the chat on TechnoPoverty. We're going through Bartolomé de las Casas' A Short Account of the Destruction of the Indies, along with Resident Evil Requiem, which we are continuing a slog through since last week. We've been going through some fiction. We're hitting the non-fiction with some of the Communist Manifesto on, I believe, Thursday. We've been doing the Las Casas and the Resident Evil thing loosely over the weekend. Before that, we were reading As the Shore to the Tides, So Blood Calls to Blood, a nice piece of weird fiction by Karlo Yeager Rodriguez. I believe Karlo is from Puerto Rico, now in Baltimore, if I recall the details of the biography correctly. But some of what was evoked in his Blood Calls to Blood was just reminding me of De Las Casas, which we tasted a bit of last Hot and Timber, but it is now the summer scramble. We're going through books shorter than 200 pages I've collected on my shelf as we play some of the newest video games the last few years have had to offer. The newest video games the last few years have had to offer? What a bad sentence that was. But thank you for joining me. I'm going to keep going through some of the Bartolomé de las Casas while we get going tonight. We will get to Resident Evil Requiem eventually, but between last session and now, I've read the whole book. There's quite a few excerpts, especially from this intro, which I just want to shout out. The author of the intro is Anthony Pagden, professor of history and political science at the University of California, Los Angeles. It is a very short account of the destruction of the Indies. The first third of this maybe 150-page book is just the introduction, priming you with enough historical detail to get a good context and idea of what De Las Casas was working with, from, with whom, why. Unlike his reception in the Dominican order, Las Casas' ordination seems to have had no immediate impact on his life. Like other unordained colonists, He lived from the labor of his Indians who had been given to him by the governor of Hispaniola, Nicolas de Ovando. In an attempt to prevent the settlers from creating feudal fiefs in America, the Catholic monarchs, Ferdinand and Isabella, had decreed that, while all land would remain the possession of the crown, the Indians would be compelled to work on it on behalf of the colonists. In exchange for their labor, they would be offered the protection of the Castilian crown, instruction in the Christian faith, and a small wage. In practice, however, although they did not actually live in colonist households, such Indians were virtual slaves. This institution was known as encomienda, because the Indians had been encommended into the care of the Spanish overlord, who was known thus as their encomendero. Las Casas came to abominate the system, a mortal pestilence, he called it, which daily consumes these people, and was so to dedicate most of his life to the abolition. Nevertheless, at this stage, although of a compassionate nature and, as he is at pains to point out, more gentle in the treatments of his Indians than most of his colonists, he had not given much thought to the matter. On the Sunday before Christmas, 1511, however, the Spanish population of Hispaniola received a rude shock, which marked the beginning of Las Casas' brief and dramatic conversion from colonizing priest into Indian apostle. The story is now a famous one. That morning, a recent arrival on the island, the Dominican Antonio Montesinos, delivered a sermon in the church of Santo Domingo. Taking from his text St. John, he drew an analogy between the natural desert in which the evangelist had chosen to spend his life and the human desert which the Spaniards had made of the once fruitful, paradisiacal island of Hispaniola. He then turned upon the colonist. With what right, he demanded of them, and with what justice do you keep these poor Indians in such cruel and horrible servitude? By what authority have you made such detestable wars against these people who lived peacefully and gently on their own lands? Are these not men? Do they not have rational souls? Are you not obliged to love them as yourselves? The last three questions were to become the referments of every subsequent struggle to defend the rights of indigenous peoples of the Americas. For Las Casas in particular, the third, are you not obliged to love them as yourselves, was to guide his actions for the rest of his life. Las Casas' conversion did not come until 3 years later, and, significantly, it was the consequence not of an encounter with an individual, nor of the divine illumination which had struck Paul to the ground on his way to Damascus. He was too humble to claim that, although there was unmistakable analogies between his conversion and Paul's. Nor even of direct experience of the misery of the Indians, although, as he says, he had seen much of that. It was the consequence of an encounter with a text. Paul had been struck directly by the voice of God. Las Casas, who could make no such claim, was struck by the written word, Ecclesiasticus 34, 21 through 22, which he began to consider in preparation for his Easter sermon, not Eastern. The bread of the needy is their life, he read. He that defraudeth him thereof is a man of blood. He that taketh away his neighbour's living slayeth him, and he that defraudeth the labourer of his hire is a bloodshedder. It was this that led him to consider the misery and slavery that those people suffered, and which drew his mind back to Montesinos' sermon. He spent, he says, many days agonizing over the issue until he had determined within himself of the same truth, that everything which had been done to the Indians in the Indies was unjust and tyrannical. This conclusion, too, possessed textual authority, and he could be checked against every book he had read in either Latin or the vernacular, which in 44 years were infinite. None of these, he now noticed, could provide any legitimation for the condemnation and the injustice and the harm that they, the Indians, have been done. He then announced to the astonished Velasquez that he intended to renounce his Indians, although, he admits, this could hardly have been in their interest, since he was a far better master than any who were likely to acquire them subsequently. Las Casas spent a further year in Cuba, and in September 1515, together with Antonio Montesinos himself, he returned to Spain, determined to inform the king of the evils which his agents were perpetrating in the Indies. Shortly before Christmas 1515, Las Casas was granted an audience with the aging Ferdinand the Catholic, and, by his own account, lectured him at great length of what he had seen in the language of loss destruction, and greed, which was to dominate all his later accounts. He informed the king of the perdition of these lands and violent death of their native inhabitants, and the manner in which the Spaniards in their greed slew them, and how all died without having been baptized or having received the sacraments, and if, in brief, His Highness did not remedy the situation, everything would become as a desert. Ferdinand, for whom the Americas were still a remote and insignificant part of his political burden, referred the matter to the President of the Council of the Indies, Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, Bishop of Burgos, a man for whom Las Casas was to conceive an abiding hatred. Fonseca, on being told of the slaughter in Cuba of 7,000 children in 3 months, replied, "And how does that concern me?" For Las Casas, this was a significant moment. For the rest of his very long life, he died in 1576 at the age of 92, although he collaborated with the council wherever possible, and after 1543 was permitted to attend council meetings, he directed all his moral energy at the members of the missionary orders, at the crown, and in the short account, at the international community, the Christian congregation of the faithful, in the hope that the moral indignation of decent men, if sufficiently aroused, could be made to counter political and economic interest of ever-increasing complexity. 1500s, this new economic apparatus of ever-increasing complexity is coming. The crown doesn't seem to care about it. It seems to not give a damn about human life. This Christian monarchist somehow is seeding what would become liberation theology down the line. What a time. What a weird work of fiction we're reading tonight, aren't we, folks? Also, let's just say, hey Jaw, hey L-Man, hey Mask for Mask, hey D Hamels Mammal, hey 3-2, thanks for hanging. We have one more bit of this intro to read, but I think it really paints de las Casas as a character, right? Getting a sense for his conversion, what he witnessed, where he went. From what I understand, he was Dominican, and he went from like Hispaniola. He went to a few different places, back to Spain. He got some paperwork type legalese passed, went back, saw shit was still going down, and it became just a lifelong back and forth. Let's continue on here. Las Casas was always able to play upon a deep moral unease within royal and ecclesiastical circles. The Spanish crown had a long history of anxiety over the legitimacy of its military ventures, and ever since the 12th century, Castilian monarchs had sought the advice of jurists and theologians as to how to conduct, or seem to conduct, their affairs. They may not have always taken this advice too literally, for, as the greatest of the Spanish theologians of the 16th century, Francisco de Vitoria, once observed, kings are necessarily pragmatic beings forced to think from hand to mouth. But the Spanish monarchs, the self-styled champions of Christendom, lived in constant fear of finding themselves out of favor with their God. It is not surprising, then, that even before Montesinos had delivered his famous sermon there had been questions asked about the legitimacy of Spanish activities in the Indies. In 1513, in an attempt to silence any further protests, the jurist Juan López de Palacios Rubios, one of King Ferdinand's ideologues, drew up a document known as Requirements, or the Requerimiento. Requerimiento. This began with the history of the world since Adam. It then moved swiftly onto the grant made by the Pope to the Castilian crown of the obligation of every Indian to pay homage to the agents of the crown and to obey their orders. It finished with a gruesome account of what would befall any Indian who refused to obey. Every conquistador was to carry a copy of this document with him to read it, in the presence of a notary, before making an attack. The facts that the document was in Spanish, a language no Indian could understand, that it made no attempt to explain the complex legal and theological terms in which it was expressed, and that it was frequently read at night to sleeping villages or out of earshot of the Indians, were disregarded. What mattered was the act. Once the Europeans had discharged their duty to inform, the way was clear for pillage and enslavement. When asked what he thought of this, surely one of the crassest instances of legalism in European history, Las Casas replied that he did not know whether to laugh or to cry, but the Requerimiento was taken seriously enough. Pedro Arias de Villa's expedition to Tierra Firma in 1513 was held up for months while the document was drafted. So keep this in mind, because this is how we see the legal mechanisms accommodate the business innuendo. Like, okay, you get a piece of paper, tag, I've read the paper. Oh, you were sleeping, you didn't hear me read the paper, I'm legally entitled to kill you. That sort of post-fact excuse. This is something I think of when I think about the contemporary reactionary conspiracy theorist and like the contemporary racial, anti-Semitic sort of tinfoil scapegoating mechanisms of fascism, and the ways that the eliminationist rhetoric isn't there to so much make sense in the present, it's to be a post-fact rationalization as to like why that person was disappeared. Ja, this is getting me interested in the history because I have vague understandings of it, mostly through kind of like the understanding of liberation theology, pedagogy of the oppressed, Oscar Moreno, those sort of like 1970s onwards. It's all a reflection of my understanding of American imperialism, not so much what came before. And I understood there's Spanish imperialism that was horrible and awful that goes on. That's something I may have rambled about on the stream at some point before, the ways in which when we think of American history, we think of like the European, British, American, English kind of waspy Protestant imperialist invasion of the North American coast. But the French and the Spanish were here too, doing awful, awful things, and I knew it was bad what the Spanish were doing just from middle school and elementary school, thinking about, especially growing up in El Paso, like the history of conquistadors and the missions and all that. It's stuff I had an understanding of, and like a pretty, you know, leftistly informed understanding of, but the explicit, like, historical detail into which Las Casas goes is very graphic and just again, vibrant and alarming and surprisingly shocking, knowing, you know, what happened in the past. I think it's because of the moral voice throughout the document. I'm through with the introduction. The next parts I'm going to read are going to be from Las Casas himself. But again, in the same way All Quiet on the Western Front was arresting in the way it sounded like a 19-year-old boy trying to be morally direct and just without frivolity explain to you what sucked and why it's important to understand these things suck. Las Casas is appealing to, you know, this document was written to appeal to the crown. It was to appeal to literate, upper class people who may be worried about the concerns that, like, oh, it's going to look gaudy for the crown to operate in such a way, and we have to worry about, like, our appearances in a relationship with the church and the people and, like, the international community. Yeah, the details are quite shocking, Ja. I'll probably get to it at some point. There's some stories about dogs that just kind of broke me. And I've read Blood Meridian many times, folks. All right, let's get into, like, Las Casas' writing itself. I think at some point I'll probably take a break and have to circle back around to, like, in the second half, reading other parts of the book. But for now, everything that has happened since the marvelous discovery of the Americas, from the short-lived initial attempts of the Spanish to settle there, right down to the present day, has been so extraordinary that the whole story remains quite incredible to anyone who has not experienced it at first hand. It seems, indeed, to overshadow all the deeds of famous men of the past, no matter how heroic, and to silence all talk of other wonders of the world. Yeah. There's that call to mythology, because, I mean, they didn't have movies back then, and we all see how with movies and just this simulacra of what the adventure masculine archetype is, Don Quixote played straight, horned after, for serious. If we consider that, think back then, just the freshness of the idea and the appeal of, like, there's new boundaries on the map. I mean, not to get too flat earth about, like, believing the earth is flat and you're going to fall off the edge, but just the idea of there being new territory and these sort of insecurities at home that provided a pressure valve for, like, we can go elsewhere off the map and discover new kingdoms and conquer new lands, and just, he already understands there's that romance there and how it destroys the past history of romances. And maybe, I notice I've been talking about it a lot since we've been talking about Jameson's postmodern state of schizophrenia. Maybe what we need is a new romance that overpowers all our longings for past romances, a new fetish object at a macro-cultural level, if that makes sense, in terms of, I don't know, rejuvenating faith in the species, or I don't know, this is probably just fascist ideology, honestly. I'm just trying to think of a cultural mythology that would like reinvigorate the people, I guess, in a way to think. Although, I mean, it does match too with just the ideas of like a positive religion or a positive like animating ideology of the state rather than just this weird Protestant system wherein of punish, punish, punish. Prominent amid the aspects of this story which have caught the imagination are the massacres of innocent peoples, the atrocities committed against them, and among other horrific excesses, the ways in which towns, provinces, and whole kingdoms have been entirely cleared of their native inhabitants. Brother Bartolomé de las Casas, or CASAS, came to the Spanish court after he entered the order to give our Lord, the Emperor, an eyewitness account of these enormities, not a whisper of which had at the time reached the ears of people here. He also related these same events to several people he met during his visit so that they were deeply shocked by what he had to say and listened open-mouthed to his every word. They later begged him and pressed him to set down in writing a short account of some of them, and this he did. Some years later, he observed that not a few of the people involved in the story had become so anesthetized to human suffering by their own greed and ambition that they had ceased to be men in any meaningful sense of the term and had become, by dint of their own wicked deeds, so totally degenerate and given over to reprobate mind that they could not rest content with their past achievements in the realms of treachery and wickedness, which they honed to perfection the art of cruelty in order to wipe human beings from a large part of the globe, but were now pestering the crown to grant them official authority and license once again to commit their dreadful deeds, or even, if such a thing were conceivable, to devise yet worse atrocities. He therefore decided to present this summary of what he had written to His Royal Highness the Prince, to implore him to do everything in his power to persuade His Majesty to frustrate the plans of these men. It seemed to him a good idea to have the account printed to enable His Highness to read it more easily. This is the background to the following epitome, or short account. Most high and most mighty Lord, as divine providence is ordained that the world shall, for the benefit and prosper government of the human race, be divided into kingdoms and peoples, and that these shall be ruled by kings who are, as Homer has it, fathers and shepherds to their people, and are, accordingly, the noble and most virtuous of beings, there is no doubt, nor could there be in all reason to be any such doubt, but that these kings entertain nothing save that which is morally unimpeachable. It follows that if the Commonwealth suffers from some defect, or shortcoming, or evil, the reason can only be that the ruler is unaware of it. Once the matter is brought to his notice, he will work with the utmost diligence to set matters right. It will not rest content until the evil has been eradicated. This would appear to be the sense of the words of Solomon in the Bible. A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment scattereth away all evil with his eyes. For granted the innate and natural virtue of the ruler, it follows that the simple knowledge that something is wrong in his kingdom is quite sufficient to ensure that he will see that it is corrected, for he will not tolerate any such evil for a moment longer than it takes him to right it. I don't know, this isn't to say Las Casas is bad, this is me being a bit glib in a more modern sense, but what we're seeing here is Las Casas' appeal to the monarch is like, hey, the king's to serve the grace of God, right? And what history, I think, shows us is the reins of capital seem to drive the hands of governance as we've done away with the divine right of kings. Didn't seem like a feasible thesis or practicable politic after a point. I wonder if this I wonder if this has to do with my feelings in Resident Evil of the way Umbrella as a reigning emperor, an undead corpse, a zombie company, the spirit of the imperial vampire over and over again coming back and manifesting and remanifesting in contemporary American settings. I don't know, there's something I really love there about the through line and the consistency of history throughout. Let's see, what's going on, Ja? All for no romances, yet story building benefits from temporal distance, from editorial pitch-ups, and oversimplification. Oh yeah, talking about the new religion idea. Alright, let's jump ahead here. Alright, it was upon these gentle lambs, imbued by the Creator with all the qualities we have mentioned, that from the very first day they clapped eyes on them. The Spanish fell like ravening wolves upon a fold, or like tigers and savage lions who had not eaten meat for days. The pattern established at the outset has remained unchanged to this day, and the Spaniards still do nothing save tear the natives to shreds, murder them, and inflict upon them untold misery, suffering, and distress, tormenting, harrying, and persecuting them mercilessly. We shall in due course describe some of the many ingenious methods of torture they have invented and refined for this purpose, but one can get some idea of the effectiveness of their methods from the figures alone. When the Spanish first journeyed here, the indigenous population of the island of Hispaniola stood at some 3 million. Today, only 200 survive. The island of Cuba, which extends for a distance almost as great as that separating Valladolid from Rome, is now, to all intents and purposes, uninhabited. And 2 other large, beautiful and fertile islands, Puerto Rico and Jamaica, have been similarly devastated. Not a living soul remains today on any of the islands of the Bahamas, which lie to the north of Hispaniola and Cuba, even though every single one of the 60 or so islands in the group, as well as those known as the Isles of Giants and others in the area, both large and small, is more fertile and more beautiful than the royal gardens in Seville, and the climate is as healthy as anywhere on earth. The native population, which once numbered some 500,000, was wiped out by forcible expatriation to the island of Hispaniola, a policy adopted by the Spaniards in an endeavor to make up losses among the indigenous population of that island. One God-fearing individual was moved to mount an expedition to seek out those who had escaped the Spanish trawl and were still living in the Bahamas, and to save their souls by converting them to Christianity. But by the end of a search lasting 3 whole years, they'd found only 11 survivors, I saw with my own eyes. A further 30 or so islands in the region of Puerto Rico are also now uninhabited and left to go rack to ruin as a direct result of the same practices. All these islands, which together must run over 2,000 leagues, are now abandoned and desolate. As we've said, the island of Hispaniola was the first to witness the arrival of Europeans, and the first to suffer the wholesale slaughter of its people and devastation and depopulation of the land. It all began with the Europeans taking native women and children both as servants and to satisfy their own base appetites. Then, not content with what the local people offered them of their own free will, and all offered as much as they could spare, they started taking for themselves the food the natives contrived to produce by the sweat of their brows, which was in all honesty little enough. Since what a European will consume in a single day normally supports 3 native households of 10 persons, each for a whole month, and since the newcomers began to subject the locals to other vexations, assaults, and iniquities, the people began to realize that these men could not, in truth, have descended from the heavens. Some of them started to conceal what food they had, others decided to send their women and children into hiding, and yet others took to the hills to get away from the brutal and ruthless cruelty that was being inflicted on them. The Christians punched them, boxed their ears, and flogged them in order to track down the local leaders, and the whole shameful process came to a head when one of the European commanders raped the wife of the paramount chief of the entire island. It was then that the locals began to think up ways of driving the Europeans out of their lands and to take up arms against them. Their weapons, however, were flimsy and ineffective, both in attack and defense, and indeed, war in the Americas is no more deadly than our jousting, or than many European children's games. And, with their horses and swords and lances, the Spaniards easily fended them off, killing them and committing all kinds of atrocities against them. They forced their way into native settlements, slaughtering everyone they found there, including small children, old men, pregnant women, and even women who had just given birth. They hacked them to pieces, slicing open their bellies with their swords as though they were so many sheep herded into a pen. They even laid wagers on whether they could manage to slice a man in two at a stroke, or cut an individual's head from his body, or disembowel him with a single blow of their axes. They grabbed suckling infants by the feet and, ripping them from their mother's breast, dashed them headlong against the rocks. Others, laughing and joking all the while, threw them over their shoulders into a river, shouting, "Wriggle, you little perisher." They slaughtered anyone and everyone in their path, on occasion running through a mother and her baby with a single thrust of their swords. They spared no one, erecting especially wide gibbets on which they could string their victims up with their feet just off the ground, and then burn them alive 13 at a time, in honor of our Savior and the 12 apostles, or tie dry straw to their bodies and set fire to it. Some they chose to keep alive and simply cut their wrists, leaving their hands dangling, saying to them, "Take this letter," meaning that their sorry condition would act as a warning to those hiding in the hills. The way they normally dealt with the native leaders and nobles was to tie them to a kind of griddle consisting of sticks resting on pitchforks, driven into the ground, and then grill them over a slow fire, with the result that they howled in agony and despair as they died a lingering death. Is this the religious passion Kierkegaard was longing for in the 1800s? Is this the romantic fervor with which life should be seized? The duty to God, the glory to explore and to be a human unbound? I really wonder. But yeah, just what a description there. God damn. Okay. I do think as we go along, because Las Casas, what he just ran down there is a general scope. With each chapter, he goes location by location he visited. He kind of starts each chapter going like, and then the general scope of what I talked about at the beginning, that happened here, and that happened here. But then in specific, X, Y, and Z happens here, X, Y, and Z happens here. Something I noticed that I think is kind of omitted from the popular imagery of even the most, kind of contemporary American understanding, or like even the most, like, I guess for lack of a better term on my end, politically correct contemporary understandings of like, yes, the Spaniards and the conquistadors did bad shit. So much of it is this variety, is the first time landing the boats, warfare. We kind of imagine the Spanish riding upon horses. We imagine it kind of like in a battlefield, or like in missionaries and in slavery. And I think there's an interesting, like, we're aware of the mining operations. I think some of the most graphic and kind of consistent stuff that Las Casas brings up is labor practices. Just the way there's constantly, like, people aren't fed for days. They're literally worked till they die. And just the willingness of those overseers to beat people to death. Like, it really rattles you as far as considering, like, how far the process of dehumanization can go towards making atrocity permittable in a person's head. Yeah. That's right, Ja. Got his ass. Søren. On Hispaniola, there are 5 main kingdoms, each of which... Okay, hold on. The king of Chibao was called Guiaronex. Guiarone? The king of Chibao was called Guiarone, and he had vassals, several extremely powerful local leaders. One of them, for example, had 16,000 men under arms, and these he placed at the service of Guiarone. I met some of these men myself. The king himself was dutiful and virtuous, a man of placid temperament much devoted to the king and queen of Spain. For a number of years, every householder throughout his realm made, on his orders, an annual gift of a hollow gourd completely filled with gold. The natives of Hispaniola know little of mining techniques, and later, when there was less gold available, the king reduced the offering to half of a gourd filled with gold. In order to put a stop on the Spaniards' incessant demands for gold, Giarnone suggested that he might better serve the King of Castile by putting a great area of his kingdom under cultivation, especially as his subjects had, as he himself quite correctly asserted, little or no notion of how to mine for gold. Such a plan was feasible, as I can vouch, and the king would have been quite happy to see it put into effect. The area involved would have stretched from Isabela, the site of the first European settlement of the island, as far as Santo Domingo, some 50 or more leagues distant, and it would easily have produced an annual income of over 3 million Castellans. And, had such a scheme been put into effect, it would have led to an establishment of 50 or more cities on the island, every one of them as large as Seville. So this is a good deal, this is something that really comes up in the Casas' perspective that I think really draws a sharp comparison to the reasons racism exists. And it's because race as an economic tool permits dehumanization and the distance, the permission to, work someone to death. Because a lot of what he's talking about is hey man, these people have established kingdoms and hierarchies and systems of governments and cities and towns. There is a structure here we can integrate into the kingdom of God, is kind of what he's trying to say here. And no, that's not real. That's not canon. That doesn't count. How do you best do that? By making that group the other, by making them somewhere outside of the realm of human, by making it permissible to drive them into the ground. But here's a sweet deal worked out. It even seems like the crown would be cool with it. They don't know much about mining, but they can cultivate the land for the crown. They can make it into a settlement. They can swear fealty to Spain. The wicked European commanders rewarded this good and great man by dishonoring him with one of their number, took and raped his wife. To this the king could easily have reacted by biding his time and gathering an army to exact revenge, but he elected instead to abdicate and go into voluntary exile, alone, to an area called Sillayos, where the powerful local leader was one of his vassals. Once the Europeans realized he had gone, there was no chance of keeping his whereabouts secret, and they got up an army and attacked the local leader, under whose protection the king was sheltering. The carriage was terrible, and eventually they tracked down the fugitive, took him prisoner, put him in chains and shackles, and bundled him onto a ship bound for Castile, only for him to perish along with many Spaniards when the ship was lost at sea. A fortune in gold sank beneath the waves that day, among the cargo being the great nugget, as big as a loaf of bread, and weighing 3,600 Castellans. In this way, God passed judgment on the great iniquities committed by the Spanish. I hear this, and I honestly hear a bit of Hassan's America Deserved 9/11 quote. I really find it fascinating ways in which throughout this document, there are times where the natives will get one over on the Spanish, and Casas is just I get it, man. This doesn't those God kind of sent punishment towards those dudes. That the natives are being brutal to them in this instance doesn't change the moral calculus of things, in my estimation, is basically what Casas says at a few points in this document. So it's interesting to see. As always, when reading documents like this, the excuse that, people in the past just didn't know better, or that they were somehow just ignorant and that's just the way things were or had to be done. No, people were aware and actively thinking on these things and protesting it, as you can see. And I swear we will be getting to Resident Evil 9 in time. Maybe this will be a first break of a long, long night. The fifth kingdom was known as Higuain, and its king, and its queen, a lady already advanced in years, went by the name of Huiguanama. They strung her up, and I saw with my own eyes how the Spaniards burned countless local inhabitants alive, or hacked them to pieces, or devised novel ways of torturing them to death, enslaving those who they took alive. Indeed, they invented so many new methods of murder that it would be quite impossible to set them all down on paper, and, however hard one tried to chronicle them, one could probably never list 1,000th part of what actually took place. All I can say is that I know it to be an incontrovertible fact, and I do here so swear before the Almighty God, that the local peoples never gave the Spanish any cause whatever for the injury or injustice that was done to them in these campaigns. On the contrary, they behaved honorably, as might the inmates of a well-run monastery, and for this they were robbed and massacred, and even those who escaped death on this occasion found themselves condemned to a lifetime of captivity and slavery. I would go further. It is my firm belief that not a single native of the island committed a capital offense, as defined in law, against the Spanish, while all this time the natives themselves were being savaged and murdered. Despite the enormous provocation, very few of the natives, I hazard, were guilty of even those sins which do not lie within the ambit of human law but are properly the province of God, such as hatred and anger, or the thirst for revenge against those who committed such enormities upon them. It is my own experience of these peoples, gained over many years, that they are no more given to impetuous actions or to harboring thoughts of retribution than are the boys of 10 or 12 years of age. I know beyond any shadow of a doubt that they had, from the very beginning, every right to wage war on the Europeans, while the Europeans never had just cause for waging war on the local peoples. The actions of the Europeans throughout the New World were without exception wicked and unjust. Worse, in fact, than the blackest kind of tyranny. Gee, yeah, free Palestine, y'all. Let's start Resident Evil 9 tonight. We'll get back to reading some CASAS at the break, but for now, let's catch back up with our friend Leon S. Kennedy. I dog-eared that part. I knew it was coming up. Reading it out loud kind of gives you a different feeling for it. And just thinking about it in contemporary context, again, Kierkegaard sounds like a modern ship poster. CASAS is a modern pamphleteer. There's something there, you know? Right, I need to go explore that apartment building and that ladder structure. Let's lean back. I must admit, I wasn't feeling too hot on this piece when I first started. Let's see if I feel better about it tonight. It is trying to do the whole backtrack, search, puzzle solve, but it's a bit marred by third-person actionisms, isn't it? Isn't it? Let's make use of this axe tonight. Right, this guy messed me up last time pretty bad, didn't he? Does this just take me back this way? But I think the way in which a short account feels so graphic and violent does make the past palpable in a sense of like this again is possible. That sounds a bit gloomy and depressing, but it is I don't know, to me in some ways it's a call to like remember like you need to have some sort of actual counterforce to the exploitative forces of greed, like beyond like capital or just like, you know, unfair labor practice, like literally like the greed of gold. It's not a metaphor. It's just this is what was going on. Oh shit. So that's locked, but cool, good to know. All right, let's go to the apartment complex then. Also, the way the extraction industries, while, you know, technologically have shifted and changed, a lot of the same hardware at play, a lot of the same mechanisms. Yeah, what is that? I put so many bolts in that dude, you tell me he's not staggering? Like, come on now. This game doesn't know what it wants to be when it wants to be going on. Is my argument. If Leon and Grace were operating by the same rules, there'd be like an interesting like, oh, there's a latitude of ways you can problem solve within the same world rule set. But the world rule set changes between Leon and Grace, so it just feels like you're playing different games in a way where you're just like it's story, it's like action beat narratives, yes, sure. Hey, did that fire go out? Can I go up to the roof? I couldn't do that last time. Brick, where'd you get a trident? Oh man, you've done it. We've gone back in time. I remember seeing Anchorman. Yes, we're going there. What's that? A millennial man talking about Anchorman? No fucking way. On the internet, you say? I will just say, I do remember seeing that movie in the theater with my mother, and we didn't actually go to a lot of movies together, and like I was just like losing my shit the whole time, and she did not get it that much. Very fun, interesting time at the theater. Yeah, 3-2, you stay classy too. Okay, yeah, see, there's a whole lot of stuff up here. Maybe it's just this box. That it? Just some ammo? Okay. I think that's just a machine buzz and not like a raccoon collectible, but let's drop down here. Oh yeah, it's just the generator I activated. Okay. All right, to the dungeon proper. But yeah, given the passage of time and seeing and reading the direct appeals Las Casas is making and knowing how history turns out, again, that shift in seeing the king, like government as like reflective of like some mandate of God, or like the monarch is actor for some divine power. Like, yes, that's bullshit, but how it so materially becomes just infeasible in comparison to like the drive of like the wealth this endeavor is generating and the excuses needed to rationalize and expatiate. Ooh, I see 3-2 has a Will Ferrell story. I'll look at that in a moment. For now, I gotta keep exploring this building. Slot for a crank. Oh, there's another crank slot too earlier. Okay. See, I guess I was expecting this to be like an actual Resident Evil location with apartment complex, but no, it's a Uncharted level, isn't it? Oh, okay. Are there more? Yep, okay. Where are you? Oh, okay.
Eat this.
Like, I feel the quick use heal spray and like other such items were better implemented in 5. Like, I get the impulse to assign your herbs to R1, and that's nice. But like that, I don't know, I feel like I've accidentally hit that more than intentionally hit that. Will Ferrell was a surprise guest at Comedy Show in SoCal, and a while ago, and he was a character, the Anchorman. We did that thing where you call it the city might be from, but you just started listing like dozens of neighborhoods in San Diego. It was so funny, most people weren't from most of those places. All right, we got us a crank. I think the other crank was inside the garage. Let's go in the garage. And then we'll go on the roof. Yeah, right here, right? Yeah. Huh. Didn't have to hold X for anything, eh? Oh boy, what did I stumble into? Let's see. Saved by iframes. Okay. Interesting. See, because the thing with the quick use R1 thing with the green herb, instead of being able to just put your herbs on a quick button to use yourself, is you start using the single herbs more instead of combining them if you're not minding your menu close enough. And sure, I guess, you know, oh, we'll mind your menu more, but that seems like very pedantic considering. I think there's more fun and tension if you don't have an automatic quick kill button assigned. Like, you have to make that yourself in the other ones by putting the heal button or the healing item in a quick menu slot. Like, there's a choice there. There's that question of doubt. Whereas in here, it's more of an accidental, like, fuck, I used a green herb, I didn't mean to. All right, a new floor emerges. Is there a chattery boy around here? I thought I heard one for a moment. Yeah, I hear a raccoon. Where's the rest of them? I feel like maybe this is the escape route they want me to take after I do whatever I do up top. I don't mind it, actually. Well, I might. This might be, yeah, bullshit. Okay. Well, now I get to run into a circle, and it ruins their whole flow, actually. Nothing? Okay. Back up we go. I feel like I got a monkey's paw deal with this game because I was like, if the later Leon chapters start integrating grace elements and become more Resident Evil-like, I might like them, but this is trying to be more, I guess, it's trying to be more Resident Evil in the sense that there's like backtracking and key item using, but it's still not using it doesn't have that fragility or that tension. Because it needs to meet the demands of action Leon game. So it tries to have tension by having like stronger enemies. Oh shit, what? I'll get that case on the way down. Unless the dude's back. Is the dude back? Is there another dude up there? No? Okay. Where's the other missile launcher guy? Oh, what? Wait, what? Okay, game. Sure, why not? Chat, I don't understand what I did wrong in that scenario, but... Okay, I'll slow down. I will slow down. It's Uncharted with zombies. Gas explosion was satisfying. Violence in the Indies reminds me of a question I had for you. Will there be any less violent games in the future on the channel? Could be beat, but what might it change for us? Yes, Jaw. Actually, yeah, we're doing a huge change of pace after Resident Evil. I'll say that much. Oh, I'm still alive? Interesting. Fascinating.
Here we go.
Also, just to rag again on the save design choice, like the reason there's fixed saves in the Resident Evil formula is there's that sense of like you're making decisions and going as you go. When it's like a situation where you're just sent back to a checkpoint, the game shifts from being about like cleverly outmaneuvering or managing resources and more about just like doing the bop it right, or else you're sent back to the checkpoint. It's just a different ethos of challenge. Not in a interesting way either, if I must say so myself. So I got one of these like mortar dudes. Where's the other? And how do I avoid machine gun fire? I don't know what was walking me into machine gun fire. I guess if I go up this way, I'm gonna avoid using that ladder hop. That seems to be a bad direction thing. Okay, who's nearby? Where's this other guy? Okay. Did I get him? There we go. No. Oh, this sucks, dude. This is a bad Gears of War. Oh, man. Okay. Alright, I understand kind of a bit more now, though. Perhaps fall. It's uncharted with zombies. Okay, no rugs were cleared, but I did trim couch, make thrutches. Really untreated zombies at that. Sounds vaguely purient. Tress. New vocab word for the mammal. Alright, let's get through this slog. I got an idea. Perfect. They just don't have a good kickback. Like, you'd expect there to be like a kickback with the shotgun. It's not there. Fuck. Okay. Like, that didn't kill him? The Requiem bullet? You gotta be kidding me, right? Alright, alright. Like, what is this enemy damage? I guess I am hitting the armor, but still, like, I'm putting bullets in these enemies. There, jeez. There's gonna be like a surprise machine gunner. Yep, yep. Frankly, I'm terrified. There's the other one down the block, I guess. All right, where's this gunner? Where are you? Yeah, it's a hint to find the mortar. It's a bit of both, I think. I really don't want to drop down and get hit by this guy, is the thing. Jesus, where? Like, honestly, no, like, what's... I don't see it. Where is it? Where are you? Where is it? Oh, okay, okay. I see him over there. He's in, like, the mortar dead zone, though. Okay. But I see him. I don't think that reached. Hate it. Hate it. Why, hello, Ghost Bro. Just playing one of the worst shooting pieces of this game, I think. Wow. I'm scared that there's some stragglers down this way. I hear them. I hear them. Damn it. there a way to get down to that mortar? I guess I get over to that. I can get over to that mortar now if I try. I just really don't want to die, guys. No, there's no way to adjust the pitch on that mortar. It's just move it left or right. Any health items over here? No, wait, oh. There's ammo. Okay, so there's that guy there, whom I could exterminate safely from here. Did that trigger something? No, drop down. Can I drop in? I can't drop into the building from here? Okay. Fall damage, kill me? Nope, good. Phew. Good. All right, now we're back in business.
Here we go.
Hated that. All right. Yeah, I guess I'm also feeling the one to get through this because tonally it isn't what I was expecting, I guess. Again, the Uncharted third-person shooter-like of it, it's such a brown and blue military shooter thing. I was expecting a bit more of a garish horror thing. The hospital was hitting those highs, but that's only been a third of like everything we've played so far, you know? Hospital is really hitting the right mix of puzzle and horror sensibilities I love about these things. Now I'm playing what might as well be Unreal Engine Shooter 2065. Can't really use you on anything, can I? How was the zombie able to direct it with more precision than Leon? Alright. 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 Grab a repair kit from container O2 at the central camp. The signal receiver got beat during transport. We need to fix it. Just got reassigned. Can't get myself. So it's up to you. Graves. Did I... Like, I feel like I really don't need the note explaining go to the waypoint when I have the waypoint telling me to go to the waypoint. Yeah, central camp repair kit and the relay. All right, down we go, I guess. Guess I should have axed that dude in the head just to get the quick kill, but oh well.
Found the signal receiver.
Okay, one component left. By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the BSAA. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
You're telling me.
Base is growing.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
Alright, we got some good loot at least from this whole thing. Let's go get to that. Let's go upgrade some shit. Maybe, I don't know, I feel like I'm holding the trailer too much in my head now, where I'm just hoping like I'll get to a Leon segment I like and it's making me not appreciate the present Leon segment. Or maybe the present Leon segment's just bad. Cool. But the waypoint system, guys, worked out independently from the narrative item, guys, so you get both, yeah. Yeah, doing a little retail therapy. I like the marksman a lot. Oh, you can upgrade the hatchet, huh? I've just been neglecting that. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I should be upgrading the hatchet. Maybe if this bin wasn't introduced into the scenario and the first 2 Leon tutorials did something with it, I'd be a bit keener on it, but oh well. Right, I got a bigger case, I forgot. Okay. Wait, what do I do with the repair kit? Is it... extremely at cross purposes with itself, a ghost, bro.
Beautiful. Just need to get through that gate.
Like, what was that? That was just picking up, just click and go, click and go, click and go. All right, let's get to this third area. Actually, let's save. We've done a bit. We did a very annoying section I would not like to do again. Very annoying. Alright. It's not Resident Evil 6, but it's getting there, honestly. As far as mainline games go, it's getting pretty low. I just know I don't trust there to be any cool spider segments up ahead, because we've already seen the one spider segment, and it was a big clunky on rails encounter, not a organic horrific spider encounter with a spider enemy. Okay, so this doesn't work. How else, or where else can I go? That's where he came from, right? Yeah. Came up here, have to get to that other spot. Unless there's like a zip line from one rooftop to the other and I just totally flubbed it, but like... Oh, I didn't see this. And I can't quick climb down, eh? Alright. Alright. Now we're on to something. I want to run back this way to unlock the shortcut. Or not. Free points. I hear him. Where is he? Got him. Boom, 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 boom. Co-op would be more fun. That's what, again, makes Resident Evil 5 work. What do we got going on here? Oh, okay, there's another. Yes, life is best enjoyed with other people, Mask. I think I agree with that. Hey, there's that herb. Okay. Perfect. We got a full heal on us now. Perfect. All right. What awaits us in the darkness? Okay, okay. Cool. Not cool. Not cool at all. Ooh, nice. Okay, new shotgun's pretty. I like it. I feel I'm usually pretty bad at spotting those collectibles. I feel this iteration of them is very straightforward. Hey, look, spiders in an environment that's not fixated. Cool. Ooh. Okay. This is the monkey's paw curling. Am I finally getting what I want? Maybe. Interesting that this and Heartworm both have... Well, Heartworm, it was a bus, not a subway car, but they're still spiders. Dang. Books and booze and brotherhood. Gender expansive. Abbeys, not castles. Yes. Dispo ID clerk gave me a what's up, my brother, so my ID clerk say, oh no, I'm sorry, I said, oh no, it's okay, I'm a brother. Thank you, you dropped me out, it was nice. Cool. Every time he checks it on reload, that's pretty funny, Jaw. Yeah. So I'm getting my tactical light. Yeah, this has just become sort of a bland third-person thing. I feel a bit demotivated. Like, yes, Informed Grace was a first-person game, but like the mechanical push and pull was very survival horror, Fragility, Resident Evil-like. Oh, I missed some handgun ammo, eh? Is that because of the spiders? All right, to the surface world, maybe. Oh, no, that's where I came in with the giant spider. Okay. Right. Oh, okay. There's more to explore. I kind of don't like the over the shoulder in the first person. Like, it was a third person shooter for an awareness reason. At least I assumed, but now, it's just left its systems bland enough to be that interchangeable. So it's all kind of like rubber confetti, brain blender of genre flavors. Playable paste. I've only used my superhero face to kids so I compressed gauze and gloves one time. It was a month or two ago when a neighbor fucked his hand up with a saw. No gunshots, thank God. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Are you guys gonna wake up? Gunshots or car accidents. Yep, that's America. America. Okay, cool. Okay, nah. That's cool though. Okay. See, that didn't have like a pump of like mechanical reward of like a clever intent. It was just, okay. Also, chat, I'm realizing how late into the night it is already. I didn't realize the battery's blinking red on me. I'm going to pause. We're going to put that cute Barty screen up. We're going to go on break. When we come back from break, we're going to read because I'm much more interested in talking more about the book, as this Leon gameplay has left much little to taste or talk about. But you know what? Camera's dying. Let's put Barney up. We'll see you shortly. It is break time here on TechnoPoverty. In 1509, the Spanish, with the same purpose in mind as they had when they landed in Hispaniola, found their way to the two verdant islands of Puerto Rico and Jamaica, both of them lands flowing with milk and honey. Here they perpetrated the same outrages and committed the same crimes as before, devising yet further refinements of cruelty, murdering the native people, burning and roasting them alive, throwing them to wild dogs, and then oppressing, tormenting, and plaguing them with toil down the mines and elsewhere, and so once again killing off these poor innocents to such effect that where the native population of two islands was certainly over 600,000, and I personally reckon at it more than 1 million, fewer than 200 survive on each of the two islands, all the others having perished without ever learning the truths of the Christian religion and without the benefit of the sacraments. In 1511, the Spanish set foot in Cuba. This island, which we have said, stretched for a distance as great as that which separates Valladolid from Rome, was home to a great many people. The Spanish set about treating them all in the manner we've already described, only even more cruelly. A number of extraordinary incidents took place here. One of the leading local lords, a Caciquint by the name of Hatui, had fled to the island from Hispaniola with many of his people in order to escape the miseries that arose from the inhuman treatment meted out by the natives of that island of the Spanish. When he heard that the Christians had now switched their attention to Cuba, he gathered most, if not all, of his people about him and addressed them, saying, "You know that rumor has it that the Christians are coming to this island, and you already know what they have done to the Lord so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so. What they did on Haiti, which is another name for Hispaniola, they will do again here. Does any of you know why it is that they behave this way?" And when they answered him, "No, unless it be that they are innately cruel and evil," he replied, "It is not simply that. They have a God whom they worship and adore, and it is in order to get that God from us, so that they can worship him, that they conquer us and kill us." He had beside him, as he spoke, a basket filled with gold jewelry, and he said, "Here is the God of the Christians. If you agree, we will do a ritos," which is their word for a certain kind of traditional dance, "in honor of this God, and it may be that we shall please him, and he shall order the Christians to leave us unharmed." They all shouted, "So be it, so be it." And after they danced before this god until they were dropping from exhaustion, the Lord Hatui addressed them once again, saying, "Mark you." The Lord Hatui addressed them once again, saying, "Mark you, if we keep this god about us, they will kill us in order to get their hands on him. Let us throw him into the river." And they were all agreed, and so they threw God into a great river nearby. I think something worth noting in these accounts here is how often riches and gold and diamonds and minerals and such, and even just peace negotiations, it's all offered openly to the Spanish. They take it and then they keep taking and they keep taking and they keep taking. This makes me think of just the concept of fair wages, fair pay, fair labor, in the sense that, I mean, it's not just, they just keep taking, they just keep taking, they just keep taking. And it's not that there's like a recognition of the human going on. That's kind of the con. That's the guile at play, as it were. You know, it's not like there's an inherent racism or an inherent, it goes beyond the slavery. The intent isn't just to enslave for maximum economic extraction, because economic sense it would be to keep them alive, not to waste so much life. In fact, this is part of why the Spanish run into problems later down the line. They're too cruel in their imperial endeavors. They're wasteful in a lot of ways that kick them in the ass later. This brings to mind a while back on Wizworld when Frankie was talking about business brain and how there's a certain psychopathy or a certain I don't know, to me it seems almost libidinal. It's the exercise of power that the position permits. It's not rationally that the behaviors are being done for profit. Like the position isn't being used for profit maximizing. The position is being used for a sort of, power pleasure principle that guises itself up as being there because you need a boss to have profit. Yeah, Mask, you get what I'm saying there? I started rambling a bit at the moment there where I'm like, oh yeah, it gets at the give and take, because of course they're always going to take, like, yeah, duh, profit extraction always is. But what I'm saying here is there is no business negotiation that the natives can do with the Spanish because the Spanish fundamentally don't see the natives as human. So it's not like, oh, it's like when they're being generous, it's not like, oh, they're being generous in a reciprocative human way. It's like, oh, cute, look, like it's a dog that thinks it can talk. It's a very fucked up, just, I guess that's the dissonance that CASAS hits at very effectively here, beyond just like, oh, they wanted the land from the natives, so they killed them, or oh, they wanted the natives to work for them, so they put them into slavery. It's the pure just failure to recognize the human and the callousness of the Spaniards in driving them to death. It goes beyond like a kind of like grade school reconciliation of this as like an economic conquest, a racial conquest, any kind of misunderstandings or history of hatred things. It's that fundamental failure, or I guess in some fundamental ways the dehumanizing process worked in that way. Yeah, the cruelty is the function. Like, nothing within what the Trump administration is doing, for instance, is a detract from anything else. Like, the intent is to have 10 million things going on to overwhelm. I think I'm starting to see some think pieces in article heads coming out with the recognition that we're just in a smash and grab, which, if it was apparent, back in 2019, but I mean, we're still going through it, even during the Biden era. Nimic, my baby boy, and Nimic. The most insidious pestilence dreamed up by this governor was the system whereby he granted licenses to Spaniards to demand slaves from native caciques and nobles. Excuse me while I clear my throat for a moment. I'm gonna actually mute standoff screen for a second, take a drink of water, I'll be right back. Glug that soy milky Hamels mammal. I'm gonna stand off screen and just let the projector rip. Enjoy this pause menu. We got glug 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 mammal, glamulus, anything with the milk. Soy milk is good for oatmeal, honestly. Nope, just a glug of soy from the carton. I usually do my oatmeal with like frozen fruits of some kind, usually blueberries, scoop of whey, and a hot milk or boiling water. Usually if I got a scoop of whey, the boiling water is fine. Elman says, the distinction about cruelty within business brain being a feature raises an interesting clarification. Even though materialism sounds like it's at odds with idealism, it actually envelopes it. Ideas are materialism, they aren't any less powerful. Yeah, Elman, I do think this is where we start getting the sort of the appeal to the libidinal and the kind of like where the human firmware and what it feels in reality becoming the narrative it tells itself in the ideological sense. The actual Nimmick quote from Indoor: the pace of repression outstrips our ability to understand it. It is the real trick to the imperial thought machine. It's easier to hide behind 40 atrocities in a single incident. Yes, correct, Mask. The most insidious pestilence dreamed up by this governor was the system whereby he granted licenses to Spaniards to demand slaves from native caciques and nobles. This development has done more to ravage that country than anything else. Demands for 50 slaves at a time were made every 4 or 5 months, or whenever an individual obtained permission and a license from the governor to make such a demand. The demand was always accompanied by a threat that, if the requisite number of slaves was not produced, the noble concerned would be burned alive or thrown to wild dogs. Since slavery is practically unknown among the local population, even their caciques have nothing at most 2 or 3 or 4 of them, the lords would themselves have to find the slaves. At first they might round up all the orphans they could find. Then they might ask any family with 2 children to surrender 1, and a family with 3 to produce 2, thereby fulfilling the demand made of them by the tyrant in their midst. But they did so against a background of wailing and gnashing of teeth, for these people appear to entertain a love for their children which surpasses that of any other people in the world. Since demands of this nature were so frequent, the whole region was devastated within the space of a few years, for during 6 or 7 of the years between 1523 and 1533, 5 or 6 slaving vessels patrolled the coast and carted off vast numbers of these innocents to be sold in Panama and Peru, where they all perished. Indeed, experience shows time and time again that these people die very quickly once you remove them from their native lands, especially as they often are forced to go without food while still being made to do a full day's work. Those who buy and sell them having no other thought in their heads but the work of these slaves can be forced into undertaking. In this fashion, more than 500,000 poor souls, each of them as free as you or me, have been taken from their homelands. On top of that, a further 500,000 or 600,000 have been so far killed either during the course of the hellish fighting initiated by the Spanish or as a direct result of the horrendous conditions in which they have been imprisoned. And the carnage continues to this day. All this devastation has taken place over the past 14 years in the whole of the province of Nicaragua today, once, as I have said, among the most densely populated places on the face of the earth. There remain only 4,000 or 5,000 people, and every day sees even some of these succumb to the work they are made to do, and the personal abuses to which they are subjected every day of their lives. After the vile outrages and abominations perpetrated by the Spaniards, both in Mexico City itself and throughout the whole region, an area of 10 or 15 or 20 leagues all round the city saw countless natives perish at their hands, they transferred their pestilential attentions to the densely populated Panuco province, where once again they swept through the territory, pillaging and murdering on the grand scale as they went. They then moved on to the provinces of Tuxtepec, Implicigo, and finally Colima, each one of them greater in extent than the kingdoms of Castile and Leon, and each they wrought the same destruction they had in Mexico City and its province. It would be impracticable to compile a complete dossier of all the atrocities, foul murders, and other barbarities they committed, and any such account would be so lengthy it would prove impossible for the reader to take in. It should be recalled that the pretext upon which the Spanish invaded each of these provinces and proceeded to massacre the people and destroy their lands, lands which teemed with people and should surely have been a joy and a delight to any true Christian, was purely and simply that they were making good the claim of the Spanish crown to the territories in question. At no stage had any order been issued entitling them to massacre the people or to enslave them. Yet, whenever the natives did not drop everything and rush to recognize publicly the truth of the irrational and illogical claims that were made, and whenever they did not immediately place themselves completely at the mercy of the iniquitous and cruel and bestial individuals who were making such claims, they were dubbed outlaws and held to be in rebellion against His Majesty. This, indeed, was the tenor of the letters that were sent back to the Spanish court, and everybody involved in the administration of the New World was blind to the simple truth enshrined in the first principles of law and government that nobody who is not a subject of a civil power in the first place can be deemed in law to be in rebellion against that power. Any reasonable person who knows anything of God, of rights, and of civil law can imagine for himself what the likely reaction would be of any people living peaceably within their own frontiers, unaware that they owe allegiance to anyone save their natural lords. Were a stranger suddenly to issue a demand along the following lines, "You shall henceforth obey a foreign king, whom you have never seen nor ever heard of, and if you do not, we will cut you to pieces," especially when they discover that these strangers are indeed quite prepared to carry out this threat to the letter. Even more shocking is the fact that when the local people do obey such commands, they are harshly treated as common slaves, put to hard labor and subjected to all manner of abuse and to antagonizing torments that ensure a slower and more painful death than would summary execution. Indeed, for them, the end result is the same. They, their wives, and their children all perish, and the whole of their nation is wiped from the face of the earth. And so blinded by ambition and driven by greed are the devils who advocate such treatment of these people that they cannot see that, when their victims come to obey under duress this foreign overlord and publicly recognize his authority over them, simply because of their fear of what will happen to them if they do not, such a recognition of suzerainty has no standing in law whatever, any such prerogative obtained by ministers from any people anywhere in the world being invalid. In practice, the only rights these perfidious crusaders have earned which can be upheld in human, divine, or natural law are the right to eternal damnation and the right to answer for the offenses of the harm they have done the Spanish crown by utterly ruining every one of these kingdoms and, as far as it is within their power, invalidating all claims the Spanish crown may have to the territories of the New World. These, then, are the true services they have performed and continue to perform for their sovereign in this part of the world. Wow. Isn't that's kind of great to read out loud, honestly. Really feeling what Casas is throwing down there. Is this the religious passion Kierkegaard was missing? I hope so, more so than the former. I have in the notes here a description of a real motherfucker kind of startup for this next part. I think it's just a particular description of a conquistador that's quite damning. Jari, I've been harvesting a pint of blueberries per day, like them in my oats too. Yeah, that's great. The pink lemonade blueberries flourished on Sunday. They're my favorite 3 varieties ago. Ja, there's a local chain of whey. I fear looking into it. I don't believe there's sawdust in the whey or anything like that, but they make a churro flavor. I put a bit of that in my oats with some blueberries, and it's real good stuff. That's real good oatmeal. I just hope the churro flavored whey isn't actually just aluminum foil and sugar and cinnamon. Imagine an alien telling you that you're in rebellion for not immediately following their command. Yeah, exactly, Ja. Again, to talk about some of the stuff that Hassan Piker, for instance, has said around October 7th in recognition of like the revenge not changing the ultimate calculus of the event. Like, you find that exact same rhetoric and language at play here with this Catholic monarchist talking about the representatives of the throne being out of line with God. Again, extremely funny that this Catholic monarchist unknowingly was setting the seeds for what would become liberation theology down the line. The year 1526 saw yet another thorough scoundrel elevated to a position of power, this time as governor of the kingdom of the Yucatan. As others seeking office in the New World had done before him, this man made false claims at court and made promises he had no intention of keeping in order to secure for himself a position and an authority which he then proceeded to use to feather his own nest at the expense of those he was appointed to govern. Yeah, just what a classic guy. Of course this guy's gonna go to court, lie, and then go elsewhere and do some other shit than what he said he was gonna do at court. Like, it is almost a feature of the human character, and we need to, like, watch out and mitigate this kind of behavior and, like, systems that can be abused by this kind of behavior, you know? What do you mean that, dude? All right, we are getting there. Feather his own nest. That's right, Ja. But you know, it's so not alarming, but like you can slot so much of these characteristics and behaviors into contemporary figures in the context of the current like economic global system of plunder, and it's very, very similar. I know in some ways that may sound that I'm like lessening the impact and the violence of the past. No, violence is still happening today. We still live in like an imperial extraction economy. It's just been shifted around on the board where the violence is happening. I'm just thinking about some, again, neoliberal friends who may not have the hardest grasp on history because of like the obfuscations of capitalism, and just like, I don't know, there's a frequent narrative I see among some of the article writing, article posting class, in which there's an assumption that like the reason Trump happened is because people got bored with things being too good. It completely ignores like a labor history of the United States or a socialist understanding of like the material anxieties of the American people. But this also leads to, as I was saying, just the forgetting of how sorry, I'm blanking on it, guys. I'm just thinking of, again, the note, the real motherfucker feather his own nest. There's no way the written word can convey the full horror of the atrocities committed throughout this region, not even if it were to, would the reader credit the excesses that such an account would reveal. I shall accordingly give details of but 2 or 3 incidents. The wretched Spaniards actively pursued the locals, both men and women alike, using wild dogs to track them and hunt them down. One woman, who was indisposed at the time and not able to make good on her escape, determined that the dogs should not tear her to pieces as they had done to her neighbors, and, taking a rope and tying her 1-year-old child to her leg, hanged herself from a beam. Yet she was not in time to prevent the dogs from ripping the infant to pieces, even though the friar did arrive to baptize the infant before it died. At least it was baptized. When the Spaniards were in the very act of leaving the province, one of them demanded that the son of a local chief go with him, but the boy declined, adamant that he did not want to leave home. The Spaniard retorted, "You will come with me, or I will cut off both your ears." When the boy persisted, repeating that he had no wish to leave the home, the Spaniard took out his dagger and lopped off the first one of his ears and then the other. When the boy again insisted that he did not want to go with him, he hacked off his nose, laughing out loud as he did, so as though he were doing no more than to pull of his hair playfully. This was the same fiend who was later to boast to a venerable cleric, without any sign of shame or remorse, that he always labored long and hard to make local women pregnant so that they would fetch higher prices as slaves. It was in this kingdom, or in one of the provinces of New Spain, that a Spaniard who was out hunting deer or rabbits realized that his dogs were hungry and, not finding anything they could hunt, took a little boy from his mother, cut his arms and legs into chunks with his knife, and distributed them among his dogs. Once they had eaten up these steaks, he threw the rest of the carcass on the ground for them to fight over. These examples should suffice to give some idea of the brutality of the Spanish throughout this territory, or how far God has given them over to reprobate mind, and of the attitude they take towards the local people created in God's image, redeemed by his blood. Yet, as we shall see, worse was to come. Yeah, some Congo stuff, Mask. That's something, too, I do want to bring up, because there is a lot of horror here. There is the horrors of imperialism going here. This pamphlet got English translations. It got Dutch translations. There's some, like, paintings / wood carvings type deals. I think that were in the Dutch edition when this came out back in the day, because while this was speaking truth and did spring a lot of good, it also was the basis for what became known as like the black cruelty or the black Spanish myth. Just like it was used back in Europe to like perpetuate this myth that the Spanish were extra cruel in what they were doing, while the other European powers got to act high and mighty while doing the same shit in Africa and India. Which is worth keeping in mind. Again, in Paradise Lost, John Milton has the sort of land acknowledgement he does, where he talks about the continent of the Americas and Mexico and Montezuma being a great place before it was plundered by Spain. Yeah, Mask for Mask, that sounds like the USA when they try to throw off the blame. Correct. All this comes from an official report by the Bishop of Santa Marta, and one can see clearly from it what is happening to these unfortunate territories and to their innocent inhabitants. When he speaks of those natives who continue to struggle, he means those who have managed to flee into the hills to escape butchery by Spanish scoundrels, and by those who surrender, he means those who, having survived the wholesale slaughter of their fellow countrymen, now suffer the barbaric slavery to which the Spanish subject them and which we have already described, a slavery which will, as the bishop makes clear in his report, eventually prove fatal to each and every one of them. Indeed, he understates the horrific nature of the suffering to which they are subjected. When they've been brought to the very edge of collapse by the labors to which they are put and begin to drop from hunger and toil as they stumble through the mountains with enormous loads on their backs, the Spaniards kick them and beat them with sticks to make them get up and resume their wearisome trudge. They do not allow them to stop and gasp for breath, and even knock their teeth out with the pommel of their swords. Their only response to such treatment is, "I give up. You are evil and wicked. I cannot go any on longer. Kill me, now. I do not want to live another moment." This, they say, as they lie groaning, or clutching their chests in what is clearly great agony. Oh, would that I could describe even 1/100th a part of the afflictions and calamities wrought among these innocent people by the benighted Spanish. May God grant enlightenment to those who are in a position to do something about what has been happening. May God grant enlightenment to those who are in a position to do something about what has been happening. Won't somebody do something about this? I mean, at the time, I guess the technology was not at the same pace it was to where printing this pamphlet, distributing it, and getting the Spanish, in the crosshairs of everyone else's ire is something to be done about it. Although, knowing the arc of history and what happens with many of the indigenous cultures of North America, somebody didn't do enough about it. Once the two who had made the original promise that Chief Alonso and his companions would be back safe and sound within 4 months saw no sign of this happening 4 or even 8 months later, they prepared to meet their fate and give their lives for the Lord, to whom they had pledged themselves before setting out on their mission. And so it was that the local people exacted their revenge, executing 2 innocent men. Yet they did so justly, according to their own lights, for they thought the missionaries had been party to the act of treachery. The missionaries' solemn promise had not been honored, and they no more knew then than they do now that there is a distinction between monks and Spanish robbers, bandits, and tyrants who roam the territory on the other side. These blessed brothers were the victims of injustice, and such there can be no doubt that they are true and blessed martyrs of the faith, nor that they are now united with God in the kingdom of heaven, having done their duty on earth, and enjoined by the vow of obedience, and having labored as instructed to spread the gospel, to save the souls of all peoples of the region, and to suffer in the name of the crucified Christ whatever trials and whatever destiny should befall them. Again, the acceptance that they're on the receiving end of revenge as a, punishment for their sin so heavily weighs on the CASAS through the whole thing. And it's such a interesting contrast to the fragile jingoist nationalism we live in now with the American project. I repeat that many similar atrocities and countless acts of wickedness will here pass unremarked, even though they continue unabated to the present day. From what was once the heavily populated coastal area of the Paria Peninsula, over 2 million souls have been kidnapped and taken to the islands of Hispaniola and Puerto Rico to be sent down the mines or put to other work. There, as did those of whom we spoke earlier, they perished in droves. It is a heart-rending sight to travel along the coast, once so fertile and so populous, and see it as it is today, totally abandoned and left to go to rack and ruin. It is a fact beyond dispute that whatever one of these vessels set sail, loaded to the gunwales with natives who have been rounded up and forcibly embarked, at least a third of the poor wretches perish during the voyage and are thrown overboard. And one has to also remember that many are killed before they ever get as far as the ships. The reason the death toll is so high is that, in order to maximize profits, the men who finance these slave fleets arrange for the vessels to carry nothing in the way of victuals except the basic minimum for the crew, and so there's hardly any food or water for the poor prisoners who, as a consequence, perish from thirst and hunger and are consigned to a watery grave. One witness told me personally that, on a voyage from the Bahamas, where many natives had been rounded up to Hispaniola, a distance of 60 or 70 leagues, one vessel, which was navigating without a compass and with no charted region, kept its course only by reference to the string of dead bodies wallowing in its wake. We need to cut back this quarter on expenses, so we're giving you enough food to expect only a third of the slaves rounded up to die. Just a third. If you lose half the slaves, you're doing bad. If you keep 80% of them alive, wow, you're doing good. If a third of them die, that's to be expected. The system formalizes and normalizes the event is kind of what I felt with that particular piece there, goddamn. Oh! One of the cruelest and most damnable things of the whole creation is the way in which the Spanish use natives to fish for pearls. The life of a pearl fisher in these conditions is worse than any other on the face of the earth. It is even more dreadful and more terrible than that of the native gold miner, ghastly though that undoubtedly is. They're in the water from dawn to dusk, often operating at depths of 4 and 5 fathoms. Seldom are they permitted to surface for air, but must spend their time swimming underwater and tearing at the oysters in which pearls grow. Once they have filled their nets, they surface, gasping, and hand the oysters to the Spanish taskmaster who sits in a smack or a canoe. If they spend more than a few seconds at the surface to get their breath back, he will punch them or grab them by the hair and push them back under, making them dive once more. Their only food is fish, and then only oysters, plus perhaps some kvass bread they bake with kvass flour throughout the region. The oysters providing little in the way of sustenance, and the kvass being extremely hard to make. They're kept perpetually hungry. At night, they are shackled to prevent them from escaping and have to sleep on the hard ground. Often, when out fishing or searching for pearls, a man will dive, never to resurface, for the poor wretches are easy prey to all manner of sharks, those most ferocious of marine creatures, capable of swallowing a man whole. One can see just how closely the greed of those Spaniards involved in this profitable enterprise of pearl fishing induces obedience to God's commandment to love Him and to love one's neighbors, for they place their fellow creatures in peril of both body and soul, the wretches dying without learning of Christ and without the benefit of the sacraments. On top of this, their victims are forced to spend their last days in agony, and the nature of the work is such that they perish in any case within a few days, for no man can spend long underwater without coming up for air, and the water is so cold that it chills them to the marrow. Most choke on their own blood, as the length of time they must stay underwater without breathing, and the attendant pressure upon their lungs makes them hemorrhage from the mouth. Others are carried off by dysentery, caused by the extreme cold to which they are subjected. Their hair, which is naturally jet black, takes on a singed appearance more typical of sea wolves, and their backs come out in great salt sores, so that they look more like deformed monsters than men, or like members of another species altogether. By condemning them to this quite unbearable toil, or, to put it more accurately, this living hell, the oppressors have exterminated the entire population of the Bahamas, not a single soul living there when the Spanish first discovered this trade having survived. The pearl divers fetch 50 or 100 Castilians on the open market because of the great skill of the Bahamians as swimmers, and they're sold despite an unusually enlightened ban on these auctions issued by the justices. The pearl divers fetch 50 or 100 Castellans on the open market because of the great skill of the Bahamians and swimmers, as they are sold despite an unusually enlightened ban on these auctions, issued by the justices. Sold despite an unusually enlightened ban on these auctions, issued by the justices. The pearl fisheries have been the grave of countless non-Bahamians also, drafted from other parts of the New World. You're going to the Bahamas, but not like that. Given the stats, I choose shark over Spanish, more likely to talk it into not killing you. That's right, Ja. LOL, okay, cool it with the in Christ, but the rest I agree with. Yeah, Mask. Again, a Catholic who was pro-monarchy, just going, wait a minute, maybe what we're doing's wrong. And as if further proof were needed of the principle we enunciated at the beginning, that the longer these crimes of violence committed by the Spanish against these docile lambs reign unchecked, the crueler, more wicked, and more inhuman they become. I can adduce the following examples of what is today happening in the region, examples of crimes that truly merit the everlasting torments of hellfire. After the initial carnage and mayhem of conquest, the Spaniards, as we have indicated, invariably subject the indigenous peoples to the horrors of slavery we've depicted. To one blackguard will fall 200 natives, to another 300. The strategy favored by the fiend in human shape and overall command of the territory is to parade 100 of these poor wretches, and they answer his summons like lambs to the slaughter, and then to have 30 or 40 of them beheaded on the spot, while he warns the others, I shall do the same to you if you do not obey my commands to the letter, or if you try to run away. The reader may ask himself if this is not cruelty and injustice of a kind so terrible that it beggars the imagination, and whether these poor people would not fare better if they were entrusted to the devils in hell than they do at the hands of the devils of the New World who masquerade as Christians. Another report makes me wonder which would carry off the trophy as the finest example of cruelty, wickedness, and untamed ferocity. The incident which we have just described, or what I shall now mention. It has already been stated that in the New World, the Spaniards have a number of wild and ferocious dogs which they have trained especially to kill for the people and tear them to bits. It is not difficult to discover who are the real Christians and who are not when one learns that, to feed these dogs, they ensure that wherever they travel, they always have a ready supply of natives, chained and herded like so many calves on the hoof. These they kill and butcher as the need arises. Indeed, they run a kind of human abattoir or flesh market, where the dog owner can casually ask, not for a quarter of pork or mutton, but for a quarter of one of those likely lads over there for my dog, and undertake to repay the debt when he has killed another blackguard for myself. Others take their dogs out hunting in the morning and, when they get back at lunchtime, answer questions about the morning's bag with a cheerful, "Pretty good, actually. The dogs have accounted for 15 or 20 of the blighters." All of this you'll find in recorded evidence given in the course of legal actions brought by one Spaniard against another. Is it possible to imagine anything more dreadful, more brutal, or more inhuman? I should like now to say no more, until, that is, fresh reports arrive of worse evils, if such there could be, or until I am in the position to return to the region to see matters for myself. For 42 years now, these matters have been constantly before my eyes and on my mind, and I can honestly say, as God is my witness, that I have solid grounds for believing that these depredations, the harm, the destruction, the depopulation, the atrocities and massacres, the horrible cruelty and barbarism, the violence, the injustice, the plunder, and the wholesale murder that all these territories have witnessed and their people suffered and still suffer are on such a scale that what I have been here able to relate is no more than 1,000th of part of the reality of what has been taking place and continues to take place. Recognition of the truth will make the reader more compassionate towards the sufferings and the predicament of these poor innocent peoples and oblige him to adopt an even more stern and censorious attitude towards the abominable greed, ambition, and brutality of their Spanish oppressors. And no Christian who reads this should be in any doubt, even for a moment, that there's ever been a single instance, from the date of the discovery of the New World down to the present, when the indigenous people have committed even the slightest offense against the Europeans without due provocation, and that it has been the wicked plunder and the treachery of the Europeans that have given rise to all the evils we've described. Indeed, the natives believe the Europeans immortal and to be descended from the heavens, and they welcomed them as such, at least until the actions of these celestial beings finally revealed what sort of creatures they were and what it was they were after. There is one other factor which merits a mention, and it is that from the very outset the Spanish have taken no more trouble to preach the Christian faith to these peoples than if they had been dealing with dogs or animals. Indeed, they have done their level best to prevent missionaries from preaching, presumably because they felt that the spread of the gospel would in some way stand between them and the gold and wealth they craved. Today, the peoples of the New World are as ignorant of God as they were 100 years ago. They have no idea of whether he is made of wood or of air or of earth. The only place where the missionaries have enjoyed a modicum of success is New Spain, but we are talking here of a very small corner of the New World, and, for the most part, the local people have died and still die in the blackest ignorance of the faith and without the benefit of the sacraments. Again, very powerful recognition of the ways in which just the imperial project of building wealth and plunder is just at odds and not at all concerned with the theoretical divine or the religious questions raised in recognizing your fellow men or the harm you're doing to your fellow man. What's going up, mass for mass? Let me check in what's going on. This unfortunately makes me think of the USA man who is on death row and the Fed said should be, yeah. Mask, if you find any more, link it in chat. I'll pin it on up because, yeah, it speaks to how even in the framing of like, oh, but these are bodies that are useful towards building capital, like they can do labor for us, like that's not what the wants to be bought. That's not what the conquistador mindset wants to accept is possible within this reality. I find that interesting because now we're in an age, or were in an age, where like the mechanics of capitalism and the economics of that whole system seem to be like the law. Like, of course you're going to do things for profit. You're going to chase things for profit. Like, I don't know. There's something there about the historical development I don't have the ability to quite comment on yet. But let's read this last bit and then get back to the adventures of Leon S. Kennedy. We've been hanging out this whole time talking because, boy howdy, I sure don't seem to like these third-person segments, do I? Let's get back to it. Now, in 1546, Peru daily witnesses acts of a spine-chilling barbarity, unequaled by anything seen before, either in the New World or anywhere else on Earth. The upshot being that not only have entire indigenous populations been wiped out and their kingdoms abandoned, but God has decided to give them these butchers just desserts, the legal representatives of the crown having proved ineffective against them, by turning them against each other. Many have died at the hands of their fellow criminals. In the wake of their open rebellion against the crown, others too, in many parts of the New World, have taken the law into their own hands and, while affecting to observe the new dispensations, are now in fact in open revolt. They've all been, in every case, extremely reluctant to give up the position and the wealth they've won for themselves during their lives of crime, and unwilling also to free the natives they've acquired and condemned to perpetual slavery. Now they have sheathed their swords and no longer murder the natives on sight. They've gotten into the habit of killing them slowly, with hard labor and the imposition of other intolerable and wholly unmerited vexations. And, to date, the crown has not shown itself strong enough to put a stop to these injustices, because everyone, young and old alike, who journeys to the New World is either openly or in secret a fortune hunter, albeit that some are worse than others, and all such fortunes are made at the expense of the local people. That they serve their own ends while pretending to serve those of the crown is something that is not only damaging to the Spanish interest, but also brings dishonor on the name of God and on that of the king. Wow, he really recognized it right there at the end. There's just like there's a new order of management shuffling in. They ramped up the labor to death ratio a bit too hard at the beginning there, but they found out how to kill people just slow enough to impose other vexations on them. What a haunting ending. Just that recognition of that. Everybody in them has an adventurer spirit. Who can resist the romance of the New World, of striking it out there, of finding your own gold, your own palace, of being your own fucking awesome cool dude in your own awesome cool temple. Let's continue being awesome cool dude Leon S. Kennedy, why don't we? Yeah, Mask for Mask, I found that ending very wow. Alright, let's see, what do we got here? Only when the scope's not equipped. Oh, I suppose I could be taking the scope off this rifle. Have I just been blasé about the little details of this game and it becomes fine when I mind them? I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. Alright. Let's figure out where we're going from here now that we're back at the Applegate. Let's get the bullets back from the NF building, why don't we? Can I go back out this way? No. I'm never getting those bullets back, am I? I should stop worrying about it. They're just handgun bullets. But, you know, the Resident Evil corner-looking brain. Yeah, I just got a tracking module for stuff. Granted, a good amount of money, but alright, now to really figure out how I get over here. Oh, did I just, yeah, I totally missed a zip line or something maybe. Alright, I guess I just completely forgot about that place. We'll go for it. Oh man, okay. Okay. Let's see if I can just go straight across to that.
Hey, Leon. Do you still think about what happened there?
Of course.
Every day.
That night. I was just a kid. Scared and confused. I imagine Grace must feel the same right now.
Sure.
Sorry. This isn't the time. We need to focus.
Yeah, I just missed something on the roof of the apartment complex because I really didn't like the apartment complex. I also really don't like this guy being here. My God. Oh, I need to go on the roof of the logistics warehouse. Also, I never opened that shortcut in the apartment. Never came this way. Damn it. I'm a fool. I am a fool. Shortcut opened. Alright. Totally forgot about this. Alright. See, in the way they dole out just so much ammo and points, and it's not about like sniffing, remembering. It really gets rid of the tension that makes the backtracking fun in like the Grace segment, where surviving the backtrack's a big deal. The Leon question of like, am I going to survive the backtrack isn't there. It feels less like a fun game of like surviving the backtrack and more like, I'm gonna have to go down this hall and shoot like 50 dudes, and I'm gonna have to go down this hall and shoot like 50 dudes, and like, I get it. I get the Leon's a John Rambo, but like, there has to be a more interesting way of conveying that instead of just like giving you these choke points where they give you so much ammo and then these points where you have to shoot up so many bodies. Okay. Wait, what? Yeah. Because, like, even the tension of something like Resident Evil 4 is, like, optimizing your loadout as you enter the shooting gallery rooms, and... well, that's why I don't really like that one as much as the others. 5 at least has you do it with a friend. Sadly, we only get to ride the zipline once, 3-2. I don't think this is Dubai. It's all good, Mask. I think I'm just not impressed by how, like, non-distinct so much of this geography is. Like, they could have had so much, like, of the classic games. The gas station kinda looks like the gas station from 3 from what I remember, but, like, yeah. Also, it was talked about in a prior session. They're like, wait, what part of Raccoon City was locked off? Why were we able to just drive up in here? Alright. There is a raccoon around. I'm not sure if I'm getting further or closer to it. I think it's up a level or something. Wait, where did the case go? Oh, okay, it's up there. How do I get up there? Looks like there's some kind of scaffolding or way around from the outside. Oh, I see, I see, I see. I think I see. Cool, cool, cool. A rare tracker. Yeah, you only get to zipline on the way to the clock out. If you take the zipline an extra time, you'll just find zipline cops at the other end of the line when you get off, and they'll kindly ask you not to do that again. But they can't really actually do anything, you know, once you're on the line, because what are they going to do? Cut the line? You can't fall off. Just be like, no sir, sorry. And then, you know, the next day's like, I accidentally fell on and I had to grab the hook, and then, you know, I wasn't going to let go because then I'd die. What was I supposed to do? Like, if you really want me to stop you, have cut the line, right? Like, we're not serious about this law here, right? Yeah, just zipline away like a cool guy. That's right. Oh, I see, I see. Well then, that means I should go back and break that other stuff over here. The thing is, like, Leon's scenario is full of, like, working ideas, but they're just, like, the basics of a working third-person shooter. Like, Grace's segment felt really developed and thought out with the way the pimple heads get back up and the way you have to limit your crafting supplies and figure out if you want bullets or the hemolytic poppers and, like, you know, the backtracking through the hospital. That's all, like, gangbangers, like, step-up evolution of the classic Resident Evilisms. They're bringing in the Crimson Head dynamic from Remake. Like, I love it. But then you get to the Leon chapters and it's just a regression of, like, better versions of this that you know the franchise is capable of. I think something about the sponginess and the blandness of the enemy design makes all the guns consequentially also all feel kind of bland, because they all kind of don't feel like they work effectively. I mean, you've seen me bust out the Requiem on a dude and it not do the job, and then bust out a shotgun on a dude and that also not do the job. There's no sense of scale to the firepower in ways that make all the guns feel just not... I'm not excited to shoot things. And when your game is shooting things, you should be excited to shoot things, you know? Honestly, I think it's just it's a problem of just, like, I don't think it's a writing problem, because I think there's some pretty bizarre writing in what is some sturdy RE engine type games. It's just a mechanical... I don't want to say it's a mechanical problem, because it's all, like, safe mechanical choices. They don't fail. They all just work in a general sense, but you don't feel like the specificity of, like, oh, now I'm playing Resident Evil 9. In fact, I keep going almost playing Resident Evil 6, because Resident Evil 6 was also the most generic third-person shooterification of the series. This one is saved by having Grace at least stitched to it, but still, that's cool. Something about just, you know, being a blockbuster franchise tentpole thing, needing to hit 4 quadrants. All that jazz. A terrific Roy Schneider film. Uncharted, Leon's Fortune. Okay. Of course. Come on. You know they're gonna fall on me. You know they're gonna fall on you.
Oh, fuck.
Yep. Which one's going? They're going. Yep. Okay. Ja earlier was asking if we're going to do something different soon, and I agree. We have been playing a lot of shooters, and then to be smacked with like this particularly like bland designed one invading what might have been a fun shorter horror game, yeah. We're getting furry. We're gonna play Pseudo Regalia next, probably. Pseudo Regalia. It's a furry platformer. And then we have Pipistrello, which is a furry adventure game. And then Mina the Hollower, which is a furry Zelda. And then Silksong, which I think is in some ways furry as well. Does Silksong count as furry? Because if so, Mask. Yeah. No, I have like a bunch of adventure games and other more colorful games I've been waiting to play. Resident Evil 9 just took priority because I was always like, oh yeah, I always like Resident Evils. And like, I'm not above saying I'll replay Resident Evil 6. It's just, I was expecting, I guess, something a bit more, a bit less gray and third-person shooter. You know, these Leon parts have really just deflated the experience for me. Okay. See, like, nothing really signaled to me to do that. It seemed like a risky proposition, but it's the only way forward. Got it. Okay, yes, I get it. I was walking on glass. I can shoot out glass. I understand. There we go. Yeah, Jaw, and I had those games planned, but it will be a nice contrast after the Soldiers of Spring. Damn, okay. Where do I continue from? That wasn't a uniform break, I hated it. Oh, okay. See? It just becomes trial and error. And I don't mean that in the unified Dark Souls is trial and error. I just wasted a fucking healing item. Although that looks like a fall Leon should be able to survive, if we're being honest. I know a person was at the convention that got gassed by Nazi furs, which can discuss only off-record or ask if they would like to speak on it. I really don't have any further insight info. I don't know anything about that, but what a flex. Yeah, Jaw, we're going to play Pipistrello. I've been wanting to play Pipistrello. Maybe Mina the Hollower. Definitely Silksong. I was even thinking Silksong might be a bit too gothy and dark, but at least it's a 2D animated platformer. More colorful, if still as dour. Okay, yes, I get it. cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Nope, nope, nope. We're getting there. We're getting there, though. We're getting there, boys. We're getting there. Oh man, as a kid, I really liked the game Icebreaker. It was like a preschool board game, like a 4-year-old board game where you had the tiles and you had to take turns knocking them out of the floor while keeping the dude standing on the thing. No? Okay. Again, like, I'm going for the head. What's the scale here of damage? How does this work?
Time to find a way up.
Yeah, okay, Leon. No shit. Anything I'm missing in this area? No? Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh my god, Henry, there are Nazi furs, and one time one of them released some chemicals into the floors of a hotel where the furry convention people were staying. The FBI didn't take it seriously and just laughed at the furries instead of investigating. Oh man, that sucks. Oh god damn it. Where are you? I hate this, guys. I thought I blew you up. Okay. Do I get to go up to the other spots? No? Okay. Almost there. Feel like there's gonna be a big old combat scenario right here. Right in this gated, squared off zone, in this unjumpable piece of Sometimes I go by as the game section of Walmart just to see what's available for kids these days. I'll see if that's around next time. Seems like a relatively evergreen game. Also just the basic physics of it as a kid. Just like, whoa, my god, pressure. How does it work? Really? This is it?
Okay, let's find those detonator parts.
Okay. I mean, I was about to say I miss when Resident Evil had zany bosses, but also there was a giant spider set piece, I guess. Similar to the giant alligator from 2, but not really the same.
Picked up the relay.
Great job. Now to get through that gate.
Yeah. Just gotta figure out how to get down from here first.
Oh hey, a save room. I just go this way, right? No, it's locked from the other side. Oh right, because I came over the cliff edge. Okay. Let's cash in our money. There's always a new version of fucking Monopoly. Jaw doesn't remember it. Turning 40 in a couple months, but someone recently told me I'm already on my 40th year technically, so it won't feel any different. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I had a lot of money to spend on my weapons, don't I? All right. Let's save. Thank you, Mask. Alright, so this door is locked. I just need to get down from here by, I guess, going through. This is just a repainting of the Resident Evil 3 Remake's downtown area, but less dynamic. I at least enjoyed how much more that one like had backtracking between points as you had to like navigate around Nemesis, and there were enough loops to make that fun, and it was also short enough to where it didn't get annoying, but complete enough. What are you, Resident Evil Requiem? What are you a Requiem for? That's just like a box up there, okay. Protoseal, AI viewers at streamboo.com. I don't think I will, Protoseal. I don't think I will. In fact, your ass is getting banned. There we go. There we go. More like AI banners. Okay, another cache of ammo. Got it, got it, got it. Load it up, load it up, load it up. All right. The Requiem's the score for the dead, only plays when they appear. Oh, okay. You know, I never thought about it like that, Job, but thank you. What am I?
That'll get me down.
Okay. It's suddenly populated with dudes. I already shot that crate, so I can hop up there. I think I already shot open the thing, though. Unless, is there more to it? It seems like... No? Okay. Alright, well... Maybe I can use my axe to the best of its abilities here. Or it is the mass honoring a dying franchise. Well, that's the thing. This sold like gangbusters from what I understand. It did seem to be within the talk of the town. I don't even... The talk of the town? What am I... Just I know people in real life who were anticipating this game just in a casual sense. As far as like blockbuster video games go, I believe it did pretty well sales-wise too. And like, I can see this action side of it appealing to somebody who maybe doesn't want something as horror-driven as, say, Resident Evil 7. Okay. Not really it. Next level. Because Capcom, I mean, they're a corporation. They're going to keep going. Resident Evil's like their bread and butter. It will be a zombie franchise forever. They already announced the Code Veronica remake. Like, it's going to keep going. Really surprised that... Well, we'll see how Grace Ashcroft's story plays out, but like... I assume there's some intentionality with bringing... Whoops. Whoops. Okay. I don't know about the Call of Duty sales. I wonder that myself because I wonder how much like Fortnite and other arena style free-to-play type things. There we go. Hey buddy, no. That death was meant for you, too. Oh, hi. Lucky me. Like, that was a frictionless enough action experience that I can see that working for people, you know? That didn't even, like, really hurt me. Weird. Can she hop up? Not what I wanted to do or where I wanted to go. I wanted to keep exploring. Sir, I'm an adventurer. Does this open up the... no? Damn. Oh, wait. Yeah. Cool. Cashing these points. My kill points on my Visa rewards card. Alright, came in this way. Let's exit this way. I guess I have to go back in like a whole circle if I want to go all the way around, but it looks like there's stuff in there. Okay. Well, I will do it. Also, I will repair my armor if I can do that. I guess I'll work my way up towards body armor level 2 as well. All right, let's circle back. Many of your horrorling friends still play D&D? Or DBD, Dead by Dawn? Yeah, I think the Alan Wake games have also like slotted into the kind of weird video game horror hunger that Silent Hill has left in void, and I just haven't gotten around to Alan Wake, and I've been meaning to. I think as other horror games started filling in the niches, shit. I think that was part of Resident Evil's initial identity crisis around the Code Veronica X days, was like other horror games were picking up like more extreme aspects of it, like what could it do to shift, and what it did is it became Resident Evil 4. Yeah, there's a whole lot still here to explore. drop down here. What is this? Okay. Oh, is this like the long way up or just a shortcut up? All right.
Now for the other side.
It's just so prolonged by comparison. And here we go again. Right. Angered them all, I have. Ow. Like, it's kind of silly how the enemies just pull projectiles from the ground as if like magic at this point. Like the original Resident Evil, for instance, I compared like entering a screen there to like playing Asteroids, where because of the fixed camera angle, like you're positioning yourself at a place in the screen where you can avoid the zombies and shoot the others. And the thing is, like, it's working so hard to dress itself up so it doesn't appear to be Asteroids. Like, yes, you're doing the functions of Asteroids, but like the ludological like thrust of it is, no, you're a cop investigating Mansion. And this is just so undoing that scene, those scenes, to like just make it more video gamey for the sake of it being more video gamey. Yeah. What's got the chainsaw? I hear it. Where though? Where? Thanks, Jaw. I noticed the battery is again blinking. We're gonna have to go for another break because I read so much de la CASAS, but I will continue playing this action piece. I'm hoping to get to another Grace chapter by the end of the night, is my goal. Actually, I'm gonna pause right here and do that. We're gonna go on break, gang, but I will be right back with more of this thrilling and chilling Leon action. Time for more. Yeah, that is correct myself. Reading my message out loud just is reflex. Right, I was in the middle of a combat scenario. There's a chainsaw guy somewhere. I don't know where. I fear it might be behind me. Oh, nope, it's right there. Okay, cool. Nope. Despite shotgunning the shoulder on that zombie, no kickback. Where did it checkpoint?
Now for the other side.
Okay. Not too bad. Okay, I got 2 full hills and a green herb. See, I also don't know what the priority is on that quick hill button. Which of those am I going to use first? Either way, see, I don't even feel like I can reliably like hold the Requiem in hand and be like, okay, I'll use that if the chainsaw guy gets too close, because like I've fired that Requiem before, and like despite it supposedly being like the super powerful magnum of the game, dudes don't stagger sometimes. It's fucking frustrating. Okay. What is the point? Yeah, I don't know, Leon. I don't know. No, what?
For the other side.
Give me my points. Like, what is this? What am I doing so fundamentally wrong here with my management of damage? Am I not targeting the right spots on dudes? It just feels so rubber bandy what my hits are doing. And then, of course, the way the game functions by, like, having these trigger points to spawn things in a very, again, Space Invader fashion. Okay. Please stave off me. Of course, it's super strong, buff boy. No weird explosion shenanigan bullshit this time. Push me into an infinite pit, nothing like that. That's a lot of handgun ammo. I can't say no to that.
Hopefully this thing still works.
like an outbreak below.
Now what?
Can I just jump?
Next one.
Oh, those guys are reaching. Oh, okay.
This is my lucky day.
Cool. We did it, gang. We braved the 3 sections.
That took longer than planned. Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the 419.
Cash in any last shit. Alright, let's save and use this big ol' MacGuffin we've been collecting. Not really digging the idea of this.
Right. Should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes.
How come all the cool monsters are in the cutscenes or the heavily on-rail set pieces? The spiders, the dogs. Again, we have to rewrite the rules of the world for this on-rails, infinite ammo, submachine gun shooter segment. I know how to shoot game, you know. What is this becoming?
So much for the direct route.
Oh my god. Oh man, I'll see what you're saying in a moment. I'm just in awe of what this is.
Ken, seriously. I don't give up that easy.
I'm like not very easy, by the way. There's no accelerating or steering. There's some real shooting, but that's about it. Do I have to balance or anything? No. Yeah, smashing together action figures.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling! Come on.
Wait, what do I... Okay. Weird moment to surrender control. So instead of bosses, it's always these action set pieces with the unique monsters, and there's never like a satisfying sense of like climax and denouement and resolution. But again, all the plot elements are also still like we never learned anything about what Gideon actually wants. We just know he's working for the bad man, and that's why he's bad. And we're just supposed to kind of accept that he fills in the slot of bad guy who deserves death. I'm gonna want to play Insomniac Spider-Man to really talk about this contemporary trap of pop culture narrative.
Looks like it. I'll take a look around then.
Everyone wants to have a history, but nobody has a present moment. I'm starting to suspect, so the Mass Effect games, the Mass Effect trilogy, the moral framework and kind of ideology of that franchise is Obama-era neoliberalism, and I think in a similar way, the Insomniac Spider-Man games are sort of a late Trump or Biden-era neoliberal idea or ethos in reflection. Because like, again, by merit of superhero stories and like, not necessarily children, but maybe teenager and young adult adventure, you know, those pop narratives are aspiring to like a young, upwardly mobile, aspirant, like believers in the meritocracy, like liberal democratic class. Like that's the American middle class they imagine, they appeal to, and they're written for. Like, the whole appeal of Mass Effect, for instance, is to be one of the good apples. Like, it's not so much about being a good guy or a bad guy. It's about you're a cop, and the affect you could have is a good cop or asshole cop. That's the moral compass of Mass Effect. And in that way, it reflects sort of a Bush-era, Obama-era, post-global war on terror ethos as far as, like, what the individual is supposed to do as a performer in society. And then you get to the post-Trump era, and you get those Insomniac Spider-Man games, and this isn't a wholly it's not that they invented this, they're channeling this, because these are the vibes we feel present in a lot of like bad streaming serials when we complain about Surf Dracula, for instance. When are they going to get to the fireworks factory of it all? The format of popular narrative streaming serials popularized in which chronology doesn't matter. Flashbacks are everywhere. Information is just out of order. I think it reflects a wider crisis of our inability to put things into a coherent historical consistency. Not our individual, like individually we can do that, but like our pop culture kind of apparatus is refusing to have that reconciliation because it's been hijacked by corporations. So what's like pop culture isn't actually like reflective of the popular sentiments of the majority of Americans. Yeah, 3-2, and that's the thing, like, especially because, like, going into Insomniac Spider-Man, I was expecting to be like, okay, it's a first-party PlayStation title, It is a prestige console pushing thing. It's going to be a little Uncharted. It's going to be a little Last of Us. It's going to be a little Dad of War. It's going to be cutscene heavy. And even accepting that, it was just so passively a story. I'll say more about it in a moment, but we're here. We're at the RPD. Wow, flashbacks, amazing, in case you didn't get it. Again, like Resident Evil 2 at least happened and was an active plot when you were doing it, but like here in Resident Evil Requiem, it's the prerequisite world building for any kind of actual character drama. There's no actual internal to the narrative. Like Resident Evil 8 just used Resident Evil 2 to get across Leon shit. There hasn't really been a lot going on in Resident Evil 9 itself. I called it Resident Evil 8. What I'm saying is this game's like so intercontextual with the others in such a weak, contrived way. I'm also having Vietnamese coffee this late at night. Wonderful. You know what, Dusky Henchman 2? No. You're also getting banned. I'm thinking about how much Metal Gear Solid 4 works on me when you go back to Outer Heaven, or not Outer Heaven, but you go back to Shadow Moses, and how little this does anything for me. Like, it's not going to be... I need a tool to get this open. They're doing the music, main hall, entrance, all right. I just feel no matter how much it tries to be mimicking the classic Resident Evil layout, again, the nature of the world has changed.
Sheridan RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah, no shit. Oh my god.
Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
I wouldn't even mind if there was like a plot reason he had to directly go back here, but him just kind of like chancing into it after a motorcycle chase is so just lazy.
Sure, we found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, think
Someone's been expecting us.
about Resident Evil 0 and how much it established as a whole new ecosystem of leech zombies, a whole new backstory of like a type of zombie before the types of zombies in the original games, and just like the whole motion of action you go through the whole of Resident Evil 0. It is a whole story pocket universe in its own. This has still just been like the most flimsy I'm following Grace plot for all of it. There's been no new real lore unveiled yet to the Umbrella ethos besides some of like Gideon was doing stuff. Okay, cool, I guess. We're just gonna keep repairing body armor until we can afford the better body armor, I guess is how we'll put it. Cool. From our survey of the grounds, we've pinpointed some locations still a viable resource. Second floor office, the armory is leftover supplies. Gun shop out back, working shotgun and ammo. Parking garage, advanced team supply, weapon upgrade parts. Okay. I also hear a damn raccoon. Boy, where's he at? Is he in here? No. Let's see upstairs. I'll be back around for that raccoon. But 3-2, it basically boils down to how that Spider-Man Insomniac game wants to start like 2 years in. Like, it wants Peter to be established, but then it also wants to treat everything as the first time you as the player are playing it. So it has to be new, and it's just, it's so squeaky clean as far as any friction between the characters goes, because everything's been reduced to a side quest doling out just totem. And just the types of quests are so redundant. Every little subsection of the map, it's the same like 5 mission types, just patterned over again and again and again. Champions of Justice, are you ready? Duty calls. Provision Specialist Neil, do you have the pizza and beer at the ready? Make sure you've got some soda on hand too, in case the rookie is liver conscious. Decoration Manager Elliot, think you're an artist? Then show us what you got. Make sure you use the banner with the stars on it. Gift Coordinator Scott, don't forget to pick up the goods from Robert's shop that day. Get what Barry suggested. The man knows his stuff. One last thing, make sure the Chief doesn't catch wind of the welcome party for the new recruit. We want to put young Kennedy in his bad books right away. Marvin. Okay, Marvin.
Hey, Lieutenant Brenner. Kennedy. Reporting for duty.
Yep. And we need a key to open it. So this actually isn't going to be like a survival horror location. This is like just a prestige ride, isn't it? I don't think I'm actually coming back around with a key and unlock any of this stuff, fellas. That's cool. Okay, before I explore that way. Oh.
Jesus.
The fella's still here. How did you survive? You know how many people have been through this station? Maybe I do need to go back for the raccoon, is the thing. Or, well, I'm about to go back through this way. Let's see. I do like seeing that connection there. Where is it? Cool ceiling. I guess you don't realize it's nighttime in the original game. Okay, I really gotta figure out where this damn... Is he in there? Is he inside there? Somewhere between the two, inside the shelf. Do I have to look inside from, like, a different angle? Oh yeah, maybe, okay. See, the how-to of this is more interesting to me than, like, solving the game's plot. Is there something in there? No? Where is he? We're going to try something, y'all. Nope. I'm like super convinced it's in the bookshelf though. I can't think of any other reason it'd want me to go over. Oh, I guess I can go so that I can exit out this way, maybe? Oh, is it over here? Well, damn. We'll get back to it. I think that's like the critical path anyways. September 25th, Resident Station to a temporary shelter due to sudden massive outbreak. All police personnel have been instructed to make safety citizens a top priority, accommodate as many as possible. Addendum, one of the refugees attacked us in the middle of the night, resulting in death of one officer, injuring 3 others. Question of critical restraint. Mob attacked the station today, resulting in a number of casualties. "12 people died. Everyone's okay. David Ford. All right." There's one I do see. Is that what all was in this room? A memo and a statue. Got it. But who put these statues here? Was it the BSAA? Who put the new collectibles in here after we cleared out all the collectibles in the original Resident Evil 2? Alright, I didn't really look over this way, but I don't think there's anything here. Oh, just a corpse. Missing his lower jaw. No keys or anything. I thought I saw a prompt. I suppose I could go that way. Let me one last time, see if I can figure out. This guy. Maybe it's just down around here. Leon, you can crawl through that and get up to the 3rd floor. Come on now. Once more with feeling. Oh yeah. Oh! Okay. We did it, gang.
Needlessly lost.
5/24/1996. Here? You kids have fun solving this one, Barry. Barry Searless, turn in training plan for a recruit, join Jill in the shooting range, pick girls up from soccer, don't be late, find the missing library book. Top priority, librarian's about to blow gasket, looks like the captain checked it out last. Captain Wesker, not returning library books, you asshole. You kids have fun solving this one, Barry. Something near the flag in one of the other rooms. Got it. Hey, it's Jill's cap. Okay. Purely here for Easter egg purposes, eh? No secrets inside. Interesting. Alright. Just wait to see Wesker's Blockbuster video account. He is a huge fan of Point Break. That's my suspicion. Is the book here? No. Wesker, you motherfucker. Medicinal benefits of herbs. Yeager, Phillips, A. Wesker, 31-303. Oh, so Wesker had the book on herbs? Okay, so I need to figure out the... Well, I guess I need to figure out how to open the case in the room there. Is there anything... EYRA? No, but it was only 3 letters for the case. Yeah, Wesker had the book on herbs, and it seems like he rented both Dude, Where's My Car and Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. What could he have been up to? Alright, let's go find that briefing. I think I know where it is, I think. Oh. It's rusted and it won't budge. Who can do the precious puzzles anymore? I think I want to go to the briefing room where the other raccoon is, right? Any other doors I could go through? Okay, go through this one. No, okay. Oh! Oh man. Rising rookie Rebecca. Wesker, what were you doing? RRR. I appreciate that they're not forcing zombie encounters every 20 feet at least. Power Shade's Charm. Offers limitless bullet penetration, increases the firepower of the last bullet in the cylinder. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll attach it to Requiem. Well, we got Wesker power now, at least. For what that's worth. Where else do I go? Where else can I go? I guess the other side of the building in general. I didn't explore yet. All right. Yeah, I didn't even really test over here. Although, I don't think I can really do anything over here. Nope. I guess I have to play Barry's game of hide and seek, and I think it's over in the briefing room. Or wherever the flag would be. On display. Still need to pick this lock too. Where are you? Over there? Oh, okay. Did he come out from over this way, or did I just miss something? No, he didn't come out from this way. It's just to get me back towards considering the briefing room, which is where Barry clearly must have left the thing. Tofu? Okay. Curious. I'm not sure if it's too Easter eggy or not for me, but it's getting there. What's the point? Okay. I guess. I mean, I'm realizing 3-2, when I played Resident Evil 2 Remake, I got to a point where I would just be consistently, the skins I would use are the PlayStation 1 model skins, so I'm not even used to it looking like a newer Resident Evil. I'm used to it looking like an old Resident Evil. I can't get back in, I can't get into the briefing room there, which is where I suspect... Unless I can drop in from the top, let's see. Again, Monkey's Paw. I get to the police station and it's kind of less combat-y, but still frustrating in its design ethos. Any way to drop down anywhere in any of this? Pit, no way to get to the 3rd floor. No idea what Barry's stupid game means. I'm starving, folks. I don't know what I'm doing here. We got the Wesker Herb book. We need some sort of device for the rusted shutter. Oh, maybe that's what the mechanic jack is for, and I'm just being oblivious and dumb. Let's try it. Let's try it out. Yep. Okay, so then I can open this section here with the jack as well, right? Yep. There we go. Finally figured out what we need to do. Alright gang, I think we're going to call it here for tonight. I'm going to save. I'm a little exhausted of this. Really just Leon's been kicking the wind out of my tires. But we're done. We're done for now. Alright, next up we're going to read Uncertain Suns, the short story by Thomas Haw from his collection Uncertain Suns and Other Stories. I don't know much about Uncertain Suns and Other Stories. I just know it got a lot of critical acclaim last year. A lot of people whose opinions I trust have had positive feedback to say about it. Weird fiction from 2025. What else can I say? That's Uncertain Suns by Thomas Haw. It's a short story from his acclaimed collection of short stories released last year, Uncertain Suns and Other Stories by Thomas Haw. After that, we'll probably hop into The Crying of Lot 49 by Thomas Pynchon as the Summer Scramble continues. When Jacob gets back, for those of you who are around for our manifesto, we have something similar in mind for William Gibson's Burning Chrome, so keep an eye out. Next time Steak Boy is available, I think we'll be doing some fun stuff with the cyberpunk genre. But thank you for hanging out this late. Thanks Ram Zarate, thanks Elman, thanks 3256. Y'all have a good night, and yeah, next time we'll see you, we'll talk some Cyberpunk, we'll talk some Thomas Haw, maybe we'll talk some Pynchon. We will see. If Uncertain Suns itself is really good, we might go on and just read the full book. The book is over 200 pages though, so for the sake of the Summer Scramble, I'm just considering the short story. Anyways, y'all take care.